Hello everybody, good morning in fact, yes, definitely morning. So, what are we doing today? I don't know. What did we do on Friday? Let's look there and see where we got to, because I had a nice weekend and I don't remember what I was doing on Friday. Let's have a look. So what were we doing? Here we go, IDE stuff. Where did we get to? Where did we get to? I suppose what we're trying to do, I suppose, might be useful for those just joining. We're trying to make pick and place machine software. Pick and place machine is what you use to put components on electronic circuit boards. And there's two parts of pick and place machine software. There's planning side of things, and then there's machine operation side of things. And we're working on the planning side of things at the moment. The planning side of things needs GUI, and we've been investigating GUI technologies for about the last month now, which seems like forever. On Friday, we were looking at Floem, and we got to a position where we could create tabs. We could close them all, and we could open files in different tabs. And this is the same kind of thing that we actually want to use in the production code that we're trying to write. But before we start using it in production code, we need to make sure that we can create the things that we need to create, so that we know it can do it before we even try writing the production code. And there's basically tabs with state retained on each tab. So when you switch tab, it doesn't reload the file and it doesn't lose the state and all this kind of thing, right? Which was great. The last thing we ran into was an issue on Friday where the tab support in Floem didn't have support for no tabs, so close all would have caused a crash before, but we fixed that on Friday, and that's pretty much where we got to. So now what we need to do is make this not suck, and we need to make it meet the rest of the requirements for the example. Let's go back to the requirements for the example. So, these were the requirements. So what we haven't done yet is do anything with the new button. So we've got a new button here. At the moment it doesn't do anything. So that's what we're going to have a go at doing today. And we'll see how far we get with that. So what's it supposed to do? When you click it, it's supposed to show a form, and there's supposed to be like a grid of controls with like a label and a thing and another label and another thing, and you're supposed to be able to enter a name, and you're supposed to be able to choose a directory, and then you're supposed to be able to click OK, and you're supposed to be able to choose a type of file that you want with a drop down. So we're going to see how we can see if we can make a form, and then we're going to make the form actually do something. So let's dive into it. Here we go. Right, so but it's not as simple as that, because of course nothing's ever as simple as that. What we need to do is have that new tab transition into one of the documents that it is used to create. The reason we wanted to transition into it, as opposed to have a new tab with a dialog in front of it, you could have a new file dialog, but the point is to have like a document container that can replace its own content for this example. And we don't want the tabs to rearrange when you press OK in that dialog. So at the moment, we've got this open pressed thing, and this creates a file, and then at the end, as a result of the file being created, there's an effect which is run, which is this effect, and this creates either a text document or an image document, and this is the same kind of thing that we're going to have to do when we press OK in this form, and then it adds a new tab. Right. And then it activates the tab. using this bit. Okay. But so I don't know whether it's possible to replace the document kind in the list. So the app state has a list of documents, right? It's got a slot map of document kind. Now the slot map has a key and a value, and these two things are contained within an entry element. So what we need to do is replace the value for the entry with something else. It's probably the easiest way to do it, because then if we do that, then the entry and the position of the entry within the slot map and so on won't change. Okay, so that's the document, right? But I'm looking at the wrong thing, aren't I? I'm supposed to be looking at the list of tabs. And here we've got a problem. So we need to know if within a vector we can replace an index with something else. So the vector API, let's just see, for example, like one possibility is creating a new tab kind, which is a form, right? The other way is to create a document kind, and then that document kind might have like 3 states, for instance, because this tab kind document has a document tab, but it only has a key, but we don't really have a key for it yet because there's no document, because we've not created the document in the list of documents. So it's like, yeah, can't really do that. Yeah, let's have a think about it. So let's look at that effect again. So this is where we've got to put the code anyway. So let's just put some code in here and see what happens. So this is how we add a new tab, right? Which is this. Document tab, document this. Let's start by adding a new document. New document form. I'm not entirely sure this is the right way to do this. A couple of things are going around in my head at the moment. If we've got a new window created for this document, and you go file new and it creates like a new window or whatever, then that window doesn't destroy itself and then the contents of it gets replaced by something. Then using tabs doesn't make any sense in that situation because the new window doesn't have any tabs on it. But I guess in that situation you could do something, I don't know. But the document tab is a bit funny because there's no key. But wait, yeah, But this app state, it's got a document key, and a document key is just a key. Perhaps the document kind should be a form. Maybe we should do it that way. Let's try doing it that way first. So document kind, we're going to go like this. We're going to go new document form. That probably actually makes a bit of sense. Because we're going to need some place to store the state for the form, aren't we? Yeah. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Let's create a mod for it. And we'll give it a name. What programming language are we doing today? That way around. Then what we want? We want a path. I suppose this is a directory path. Now, I don't know whether I can have a string in here or a path buff. Let's go with path buff to start with and deal with the fallout if we can't do it like that. Right, and these are the two things that we need. Oh, no, we need another thing. We need kind, which would be new document kind, I suppose. Which means we need an enum for this. And here we're going to have text and image. I mean, we could just go bitmap at this point. Not sure, because we haven't actually done the displaying of this yet. Let's go... Let's specifically say bitmap. And we'll just go with it for that. Right. I'm not sure if that needs to be public. The other one will do. Okay. So we need some way of building a view for this thing. So we're going to add some code to build a view. Which means we need a method called buildView on an implementation of this, right? And this is going to return something which has an implementation of view on it. Okay. Right. So we've got that. So I suppose here we could go, we can use some of the Freya things. So I think we want a tuple of stuff, which is then going to be a horizontal stack. And the two things that we want in the horizontal stack is going to be a label. But apparently you can just go like this, and we can go name. And then the next thing we want in here is a text entry or something. Text input. Sure. And I don't know what you're supposed to put in a text input. There's a place for a buffer. Oh, so there's a signal. So I'm guessing that this probably needs to be a RW signal of type string. This needs to take self. Right, probably something like that. And then we're going to have another thing, but before we do that, we need another tuple. Well, I suppose let's assign this to something. Let name row is this, right? And then at the end of this, we're going to have a V stack, which is going to have the name row. And then it's going to have some other stuff in it. It's going to have more rows. And then it's going to have a button at the bottom. Right. And then we're going to have a button. And this is going to have an OK on it. And the OK button is going to be right justified. So we need another thing which can have a style on it. And then this can have a width of, I don't know, let's say 75. Right, and then the button can have some style on it, which will be 25, let's say. Sure. And then we need another row, which is going to be the path row. And this one's going to be a little bit different. Let's call it directory. Now this isn't going to have a text input. And I guess this is going to need to be a signal as well. And we're probably going to need an implementation of this where we can create a new one. What am I doing? Create RW signal with string new, probably. I suppose we can go default. Oops. Like that. And I suppose the same for this thing, right? The directory path. Yeah. Like that. But this thing is complaining. Oh, we also need to add the directory row here. Thus. We probably need to import that. Now this path is this, but what do we toaster? And then unwrap it. Why not? What's the problem with that? That's better. Apparently we need to import this. Okay. And these need decimal places. Fine. Okay. So the next thing we need is the type row. Well, the kind row, I suppose. So I suppose document kind row. Yeah, probably something like that. Let's make that. So we haven't done a drop down before. I don't know how to create a drop down. Let's see if we can find something in the widget gallery, perhaps. There's a drop down. Yeah, some way of formatting the thing. Why does it need a container? I wasn't expecting that. And then what do you have to do? Uh-huh. Well, you can create forms. I didn't know you could create forms. What's a form? Oh, is it just like... Right, it's just a way of sort of stylizing the things. Right, the commonality. That's fine. We don't need that just yet. Okay. I'm a bit surprised by this code here. Let me run this widget example. I was just expecting to see like drop down rather than container. Like, ow. What's the problem here? Apparently there's more code that we didn't know about. Okay. We need to do a commit for that. Update widget gallery to use updated tab API. Something like that. We'll leave that as it is. We'll try running that again. Okay, so we've got this. Drop down. So we've got a drop down called drop down. It's got some stuff in it, and it's got this little chevron thing. And when you pick stuff, it prints it out in the console. Does this retain its state? Drop down 1. It does. So we've got a form. It's called drop down. Oh, here's the. Oh, I see. It's not this. New get set. Well, main drop view. I'm kind of surprised to see all this additional code here, because surely this kind of stuff is what every drop down wants. But we have to do this. Okay, we'll try it. We'll try it. Let's put that over there and keep that as a reference. So we're trying to create a drop down, and you do that by going drop down, new get set. Don't know what the difference is between new get set and new get. Not really expecting to see 3 different implementations of drop down, but there we are. So we've got this active item thing. This active item over here is a signal which is based on the values. So we've got the values, which is this. And we've got a signal which is going to be in here. And it's going to be that one by default. Okay, so this can be self.kind, right? But it's got this enum iter here, and it's got partially q, clone, copy, and all the rest of it. So I'm imagining that all these are going to need to be here. And this has got some crate that we don't know anything about. So we're going to have a quick look at it. String enum, right. Which is used by everybody, apparently. So we'll use that. It's already a dependency on the other examples, so sure. We'll use that. There we go. Okay. But we also need and kind. I suppose we could use kind here. You don't normally see kind in UIs. You normally see the word type or file type. Okay, so this new get set thing wants active item, wants a main view, an iterator, and a list item function. And so the second thing in this example was this main view. And this is created by having a closure which creates a stack. An item is values, but it's not values. Again, this is another badly named thing. This is like value, really, isn't it? So we'll do a commit for that as well while we're at it. Right, so it's a value that you're working with here, item value. And why not call this like value here? still. Not with a capital V, sorry, with a lowercase v. But we'll call it item for now. Right, so this is supposed to be styling one item. And then what's S? S is a style. So let's borrow this, but remove all the... we're going to remove all of the styling from it, because we don't know what any of this does. And we're going to add them back as we see fit. And we're going to need some labels. We're going to need some containers. And then this chevron down comes from, oh look, it's an SVG. And we need some colors. So we need a drop-down view, which is going to go there, apparently. Right, and this new document kind apparently needs display like this one does. So we can match self and then go right to the but this has got oh right, so it's got a debug. Yeah, I suppose we can do that. No, not match self. Yeah, we can borrow that. That's fine. We'll just use the debug version of it, which will give us the word text. Right. So that's probably fine for now. I suppose that if you had internationalization, then it would be a completely different kettle of fish, wouldn't it? A kettle of fish? A kettle of fish? What kind of saying is that? Who puts fish in a kettle? That's where you make your tea. Not that kind of kettle. Moving on. Right, so then we need some iterator that gives you the values, right? So this is new document kind iter, which comes from that strum macro, right? Strum derived thing. Fine, and then the last thing you need is a label for each thing. So a closure that takes a list item and then we create a label from the list item, and then we have to go into any, because we do. Right, what happens? Yeah, we've got I18N stuff everywhere. Right. But we haven't hooked this form up into anything yet. So let's do that and see if we can make the form display. So in our main thing, not that, not the diff, this. We've got a new button, we've got a method which gets called when we press it, which is this one. So somehow we need to do something similar to creating a document, adding it to it, and then adding a new tab, which is basically all of this stuff, right? And we're just going to borrow all this for now. But apparently if you do that, you need an app state. So we need this. And we need a document, which is going to be sort of one of these things. But not one of those things. It's going to be the other type. But it's going to be like a new document form. And this is where we call that new method on it, right? That we made earlier. What happened there? Oh, I see. Right, we create our document and then we insert the document. I don't want that import. Right. Right. And we do want that import. That's better. We want that import, but not the other one. That's better. There we go. Okay, so we're building the wrong thing. You guys didn't tell me, did you? Right, and now we're going to see what happens when we press new. Well, some stuff happened. So we've got a file type where we can pick text and bitmap. We can give it a name called foo. And we've got a directory which doesn't display anything. We can press OK. But OK doesn't do anything because we've not told it to do anything. So we've got some progress. So let's make it work first and then come back and deal with the styling. So this directory thing, we need another control on there to allow us to choose a directory. Let's deal with that first then. So the new document form, we've got a directory. So here, after it, I suppose we can have a button. Maybe we have ... on there. ... And then perhaps, that's supposed to be a comma. And then perhaps some way of making this do something on, oh, it's action, isn't it? You go, I don't know, on directory. Pressed. Let's do that. So the on new button, which is an action for another button, is just a regular old function which does some stuff. But I guess what can we do here? Because what we're going to need to do is update this directory path. We're going to need a file directory picker. So there was this open file, right? Which lived in here, but we're not trying to open a file. We're trying to open a directory. Let's see where this lives. How can we make this do what we want? So it uses RFD file dialog, and there's no other option. So in this file dialog, there's probably the path dialog or something as well. I don't know. Because we want to pick folder, you see. Pick folder is what we want. So this one goes new. It sets a starting directory, does all this stuff. Pick file, pick folder. Here we go. So if options select directories. Right, so that's what we need to do. So I guess we go open file and then we call some methods on this. File dialog option needs options. So we go we need to create one of these somehow. What's the problem? Oh, so these you can go default. I see. Let's go default. We haven't got a way of method chaining or anything like that, no. Right, and this is like a method chaining thing, so you go new, and then you go select directories. Right. Then the next thing that this open file wants is an action. And this is a closure which takes a file info. And then this needs to do something. So here we probably need like some effect which updates the directory path or something. So let's try going, I don't know, create effect. But we don't have any way to get the form. So how are we supposed to do anything here? Can we go self dot on directory pressed? No. Can we do this? Which then gives us self over here. And then can we go self dot directory path dot set with something? But this is in another thread here, but the signal's created on this thread, so it might be okay. Well, I suppose. I suppose we map it and then set the signal if one's present, perhaps. Option of optional bracket. Okay, so we don't take that there. That's fine. So file info dot path dot first, because there's more than one, and then unwrap it because we know there's going to be one, and then what do we do? What's the problem here? Why can't we do? We need to probably import on the set. This doesn't really. We need this to return something really. Is map the right thing to do here? Should we be using .inspect? Inspect on a sum? Yeah, it lets you look at it. Right. Let me just pull this out of here for the moment to see where the error is coming from. So we've got to clone the path buff from there, that's fine. So this is all good. So why can't I work out how to create effects? So create effect takes one method which returns some type, which we don't really care about. Let's just write to do in here, just see what goes on. Right, so it's okay. Let's see, let's put this here. So why doesn't it like this? What's the problem? I'm not sure what the problem is. Yeah, right. I knew we were going to get stuff like this. So how do you have an action which has like some... Oh, right. Why does it want this? Why do you need to clone it? Do we need to move it into it? What about here? I doubt it. How are you supposed to create actions which reference the thing that caused the action? And then what do they do? Let's have a look. They go action, they do this. What do they do? No. How is this supposed to work? So you have to create a signal and then you have to futz around with that. I don't know. Well, we can't call self on this, right? So instead of doing that, we have to do something else. So do we have to pass in a signal here? Yeah. Let's try going on directory pressed self dot directory path. And then directory path is a RW signal of path buff. So we try that instead. So we pass the directory signal in, perhaps. Can we do that? And then are we just going to have the same problem here? Yes. So that was useless. Can we move it? No. Do we need a move here? Who knows? Just randomly putting move on everywhere in the random hopes that it might fix the errors. It's not really a way to program. But, you know. borrowed data cannot move out of this one. So why do we need to clone this? Because the reference, it's a reference, so maybe that fixes that one. And then it's, yeah, you get this issue, right? So here I suppose we need to go something like that. And then we still have this problem. What are we supposed to do here? Can we clone the signal? We clone the signal, don't we? Because cloning the signal doesn't... No. How about we clone the signal first? I don't know. Boo. Okay, so we fixed that problem, but we don't. You know, this isn't right here. What do we do here? We use this open file somewhere else. Let's see if we can find out where it's done somewhere else. And that just copies the whole thing. Yeah, that's not really what we want. How do we fix this? Let's take these moves off and just see what happens for a moment, because I don't know which one was which. Directory signal does not live long enough. Doesn't it? Okay. Let's move this create effect out of here. And do the same thing as that we did here, which was something like where we create a signal of file info. Here we've got this one. We don't have this file info, so we need to go fileinfo.get. I don't know. File info, create RW signal. This is going to be, I don't know. What do we say this needs to be? This needs to be a RW signal of option file info, right? this can be done. And this needs to be directory path. Okay, so we could create an effect there. So and this is where we go file info signal.set, and then we've got an optional file info. But we don't want to create this, we don't want to update the signal unless it's some. So borrow that. And then it doesn't need to be optional anymore. Oh, it does though. I don't know why it's moaning about that now. Oh, it's picked the wrong one. And then this one needs to be this file info signal, which is created in this method and not in self. Okay, but we've still got issues here. So what are we supposed to do here? We can't use this directory path. We're running into the same problem every single time. What do we do with this signal in this one? So we went open file and then we go set. But here, we're just updating some other thing, which is the application state, as opposed to like ourself. We're doomed. Should this have a static lifetime here, perhaps? Should there be static on this? Okay, now it's telling us we can do move on it, which is probably good. Here we need another move. Right, I think we're getting there. So maybe we could have done that to start with, but you know. And now we've got this. Build view into any. I don't know. Documents. Oh God. What are we supposed to do here? So this documents with thing gives you a reference here, but this isn't a static reference here, because this slot map lives in application state. So we can't do any of that. Let's say, I don't know, is it, I think it can be elided here now, right? I'm not sure about this. What do we get now? It says it must be static still. Must be static. How are we supposed to update some state? A must outlive static, right, but why? It's complaining about this. Like if we don't do this, you get a warning here. Borrowed data escapes outside a function. What borrowed data? Documents. So build view calls this and like let's just not create this effect. Is this where the problem is? Borrowed data escapes outside of closure. Why? What is causing that error? What is causing that error? Who knows? I haven't touched this code. Wait. Let's just take this lifetime off here. Actually, let's put that lifetime back on. Right. Because we added this, didn't we? So what? Why? Where is it? Where is it escaping? The call to build view is doing something, right? Wait, let's just take these lifetimes off here. Maybe this was not what we were supposed to do. Right, so everything's fine there. We put this back on. And everything's still fine. And we put this effect back on. And everything's still fine. Yeah, the problem is this, right? And then it escapes. Where and how does it escape? So doing this, how are you supposed to create an effect that updates the thing for which you're creating a view for? How? Do we clone this? Which is a signal, right? Do we do this? Okay, we can clone the signal. Fine. Okay, right. So you can't use self in these things, but the things that you pass into this can be cloned from here. Yeah, okay, right. So maybe that's okay. So maybe now when we press the ... button, we get a file dialog which lets us pick a directory which has got select folder, so that bit works. And we go OK. But what happened? It's not printing the details of that. So we've got this text. Wait, maybe this is supposed to be... But this is a signal. Did it not update the signal? What happened? We're doing get on here, so why aren't we seeing this directory? Let's create another effect. And we just go println directory. And we're going to do a debug on that. And we probably need to clone it again. Well, that's interesting. Right, does it ever print out the directory? That's what we need to know. New ... select. It does indeed print out the directory. So that's good, I suppose. But why doesn't it display the directory here? Is it because we did something stupid? What does text take? Text takes... Oh, should this be a closure? That gets run every time. No. So if it's something that implements display, then it creates a static label, which isn't really what we want. So text is like a... Oh, it's non-reactive, so we want a reactive one, right. Okay, so instead of using text, we're going to use label. And this one takes a closure. And I think we can do this signal again, maybe? But we need to do a move. So what do we get out of the signal? Out of this signal we get a path buffer. So then we need to go toStir dot to I don't know. We want to create a string. Something like that, maybe? Oh, but we need to unwrap it, maybe? Oh, there is a toString there. That's a lot of stringiness. Right. So now we don't use the text file. We're getting there. I think we're getting there. Let's see if it updates now. New. ... Select folder. Hey, it does. That's good. So, we've got a horrible looking form, but it's a form. And we've got some things on it. And now we can perhaps make this OK button work. Let's try making the OK button work. So we've got a new document form, which was, you know, GUI fun. So I guess we go here, .action. And we probably need to do the same kind of thing as this. I don't know, what do we want to do here? What do we want to do? What do we want to do? I'm not very familiar with this how you're supposed to use these actions to do something. So for instance, here you've got a doc and you've got an editor, which is this, and you've got an RC in it. So we've got a reference, we've got an RC reference. And we're doing something with the RC, which is calling a method on it. So you can call methods on something you own in here. Okay, let's have a look and see if we can maybe do something like that. Because we've got self in here, you see. But self is one of these. Can we go can we do something dumb like us? I don't know. And then here we go, I don't know, us dot and then something. What do we want to do here? Yeah, what do we even want to do here? I mean, we've got a form. I honestly don't know what we need to do here. To do? I don't know. How do we take the information from the form, create the document of the right kind? Let's think about this. So we've got this documents mod, and we can call build view on it, right? And this build view, well, let's look at the text one because it's more complete. Because we need to go back to the thing that owns this and tell it to replace ourselves with a new thing instead. So how on earth do we orchestrate that? Okay, this build view is created here. So we need to get the app state documents using the document key and then replace it with something else. But we're already in the middle of doing a with. Yeah. Is this where you would use an event system? You would just raise an event and then have something else that owns the documents handle it. Is that what you would do? Because in Visio we were creating like event handlers and all this kind of stuff for everywhere, right? But we haven't done any of that with this yet. So what are you supposed to do? I mean, like, what can we do from here? Like, can we get the app state from here? Can we actually do it from in here? I don't know. I just want to see. It doesn't feel like this new document form should know anything about this application state, but creating some kind of new document form event that seems much more reasonable, because then the application can depend on the event and not the implementation of the view depending on the application, which is the wrong way around for the dependency to be. So let's not even go there. So I don't know what we're supposed to do here. But it's certainly not futz around with the application state here. So I suppose we need to look to see if there's any sort of events thing going on here. Apparently there's event listeners. Can you create your own events? Is it a custom event or something? What are these events? Let's have a look. You can create an event listener which just listens to any of these ones, but this isn't anything like what we want. And there's no like custom one here or anything. I don't know. I think we're going to have to read the documentation. Let's see if we can find out. Or instead of an event happening, do we just pass in another signal? But how would we even get that signal? Because if we wanted another signal in here, where would we get the signal from, right? Because all we've got, well, I suppose we've got this one here. Let's do it trying to use signals. Maybe let's look at the documentation real quick first. But the problem is there is no real documentation. It's only in the library itself. State management, local state, global state, widget customizing. Yeah, see, there's nothing to do with like events or anything like that. So parent-child communication. Pass the signal. Yeah. Kind of what I was getting. Use a callback. Do we have callbacks? See, I really don't like the fact that you signals and effects. Yeah, but this is only for signals and effects. There's no callbacks. So we've got signals, but no callbacks. I don't like having to look at someone else's documentation when it's irrelevant for what you actually need to do. Okay, so let's just assume the only thing we can do is I suppose, here we go, how about this for a silly idea? Let's go enum new document event. Okay. Right. And let's say event signal like this. I don't like the parent, the caller, having to know the details of this. Let's go pub fun create event signal, and it's going to be an RW signal of new document event, and we're going to do this. Now this is a bit silly because I don't really want to add no event in here, and I never want to create an instance of an event which has an event which doesn't make sense. So the alternative to that, you know, we can either do this or we could put none up here. Neither of which I like. Let's just use this for now. Right. Let's create a type for this. And then let's make this one of those. Let's call it, oh, what happened there? Let's make it a public type. Right. So the idea is that you call new with an event signal. Which is of one of those. And you can get one of those by calling create event signal. We could make this new thing, return a new event signal and a self, but then it wouldn't be like, you know, the same as all the other new methods. So let's just do it like this. So we've got this new method here, right? So we've got this new pressed. Let's go event signal. And let's create one of those somewhere here. Like this. And now that we've got one of those, we can perhaps create an effect. Which runs. And the code needs to run. And it's going to be none to start with, right? And now we've received an event. Yay. And if it's none, then we don't do anything. But this needs to run so that the signal get can be called, so that we create a subscriber so that the effect even knows to be run when the signal changes. Right. And we're going to pass a reference to it. A new document event is going to need to implement debug. Derive debug. So we do that. Okay. So if we've got all this and then we've got that thing in here, now we can try changing this to do to go I don't think we need this. Let's get rid of that. We're going to clone this signal. Let event signal self dot. Come on, event signal dot clone, because otherwise we get problems trying to do it. I think. I suppose technically we could try that first. Event signal, and then we set. You know, I don't really like this. what does it do? Borrowed data escapes. Yeah. So we do have that problem. So we're going to go event signal, and we're going to clone it like this. And then we need to move, because we need to move event signal. And then we've got a get here. Why is it complaining? What's the problem? Let's break this out to another type. Let boo equals this. Yeah, so you get a... What's the problem? Trait bounds are not satisfied. Sure, which trait bound? Oh, because new document event can't be cloned. So I suppose we can do a with to avoid putting clone on it. And yeah, we'll do that. And then move this into here. And then get rid of the assignment. And maybe that's right. I suppose we don't need the other bracket. Yeah, there we go. Right, like that maybe. Okay, but we need to move this into here because the event signal, right? This new document event is private. Sure. What's the problem here? Event signal, new document event. Oh, well, this definitely needs to be public. We don't need this RC. Okay, I think we might have made something that might allow us to do something. So now the main application can do something with the fact that there's some new document has been created, or an OK has been created. Right, and then we're going to go OK, and it says OK, which is great. So, but you know, that's no good, is it? Because we don't have enough information to do the next thing that we need to do. So, you know, we're going to need to go to the app state, and we're going to need to futz around with the documents, right? So we need to go documents, and then we need to do stuff with the documents. One of the things that we need to do is go documents, and then we need to get it by document key, right? So the important bit here is that we don't have this key. So let's have a look at this form. So we need, in the event, probably to send the key back. So let's just do that. We don't have key anyway. So I suppose here, what do we have? This is called the new document form, document kind. Yeah. I suppose where we create one of those, we could pass a key in. Do we have the key when we do it? No, because we only get the key after we've inserted it. Dear. Right. So how do we get this document key into this document form? Well, what if we do this bit here? Now, if we change that document, what's actually going to happen is the view going to get updated again if we try and change it? I don't like it. No. This calls it unwrap, so this goes try update. Yeah. Can we go? Oh wait, no, we've got the key here. Look, we've got the key here. So I suppose this might be a little bit better. So at this point, can we go? I don't think we're going to be able to do this, but let's go set key. Let's go self.key is key. And all this seems all manner of dumb, but you know, key. Let's call it document key as opposed to just key. Then where were we? We're trying to create this set document key. Right. pretty sure this isn't going to compile. Now this new document event needs to have a document key, I suppose. I mean, it could be that the signal always has an event and a key, which probably actually makes a bit more sense. Right, this needs to be mutable. Dot replace. Is it like this? It was like that. There we go. So instead of doing this, we don't need to do this. We do it like this. Probably like that, maybe. So we're creating a signal, and the signal contains a tuple, and the things in the tuple is a document key. Yeah, something like that. So that when we're back in application land, we're going to have, what's this? New create signal. We're going to need this to be here. And then this gets updated. And then we've got a event and a document key, which is sort of like the source of the event. Yeah. Why is it moaning? We're going to have to clone the document key. Oh, what is this? Self dot document key clone. And then we've got a document key instead of self, which seems to be the pattern. And then here we've got found expected option, right? Signal with. Oh, I see. Sorry, this is the event, but this is the option, right? Okay, so right. Okay, so now we've got the document key. We've got a reference to a document key. And you can get the documents by a document key. I guess we have to clone the key. Right. And this is kind of what I expected to see here. Because we're going to need to do something else here. Because we put the document in the list of documents, and now we're trying to update this, and this is no good. So let's just comment this out for the moment. We'll fix that in a minute, but see if there's any errors, other errors. Borrowed here after move. Where? Where's it moved? Where were moved due to use in closure when we do the update. Where? What did this look like before? Was it like this without any of this? No, it wasn't that. Where? Probably because, let's comment this out. Right, so why's, yeah, right. So we're already doing stuff with application state when we're creating the view, and creating the view calls creating the view no. Why does this, hold on a second. Why does that bit of code cause that error? Wait, what? Are we already in the middle of futzing around with application state? Do we need to get it again? Hold on. Do we need to do that here? I think we do. Because it's a different app state. Yes. That is what the problem is. Right. So right, we're still trying to do this. We can't do this yet because we need to go into the documents using the document key. So we have to go documents dot and then something. Is there a try? I don't know the API of this slot map thing. Let's call get mut on it. We know it's going to be there because we just inserted it, right? And now we've got this document kind. I want to use the destructuring thing, and this is right. And now we can go new document form dot set document key with the document key, which is a bit of a faff, but there you go. Yeah, I don't really need that. We can do an if let, it's fine. Right. Oh my god. Right. So we go new and we go okay. But I don't remember what we're doing. So what we're trying to do is print out the event. We printed out the event and now we've got an optional document kind. And I suppose if we go if let some document, and I suppose if we can go document kind new document form document, and let's say form here, then do this form dot, and then we should be able to get the things from the form at this point. Let's just print and debug it just to see if we've got it. Right, and which means that this document form thing needs to have debug on it, which, but everything's signals. Oh god. You've got to get this and you've got to get that and you've got the, it's just a mess, isn't it, this? It's just a mess of signals and rubbish. I really don't like this. I've got a form, I've got a controller, I just want the value from it, please. Okay, maybe it doesn't suck, maybe it's just me. Let's not print that out then. Let's not do that. Let's go. Let's do this. Name, path, and then we're just going to print out all these values, and we're going to do another one. Oops, come back, which was here, which is going to be the kind, maybe, yeah. Okay, we're gonna see what happens. Kind is a private type. New document kind. Well, I guess it needs to be public now. That sort of makes sense, because you've got a form, but you don't want to do the form processing in the form. You want to use the form somewhere else. So we're going to go foo. Oh. We're going to pick a directory. We're going to go text, and we're going to go OK. And look, text, foo, and a path. Right, that's the information we need to create a file. Oh. Right. Jeez. Okay. Let's say, let's do, I don't know. How about we go, we want to create an image file or create a document file? I don't know. Yeah, let me think about this for a moment. Hold on a second. Because we're going to need to do a couple of things here. One is create a file itself, but the next thing we need to do is this document that this returned here, we're going to need to replace that. But that's okay, I suppose. How about we go... Let's go documents dot. Can we do a set, or is it an update? No. Can you have to remove it and then insert it? I don't want to remove it and insert it. That's the whole point. And then get gives you a reference. Yeah, I don't know. Hold on a second. Let's ditch the option thing. Alright. And then can we go star document equals and let's just replace that document with something else. Let's call it path. So I suppose we have to go path, and then we clone that, and then we can go path.push form dot name.get. And then maybe clone that. Let's see if we can do it without cloning it. Yeah, because this get, can we do a get mutt here? Yeah. So we want to get the document, and then we're going to conditionally update it if we can process the form. Right. Maybe that works. Okay, so we've replaced it with a text document that's built using the name of the file. It sort of might work, but we haven't actually created a file yet. So how about we just temporarily here in line go let file is file create new from the path, and then we clone the path. And then file dot. We want to write something. Let's see if we can go write file new file content, something like that. And we're going to do this in a closure, in a block, so that it closes the file. Maybe. How do you write to a file? I don't know. Oh, well, we've got a result here, so maybe we'll unwrap it first. What are you supposed to do here? You can go file.write. I don't know. Let's try this then. Doesn't let me do it. Might need to be mutable. Where's this write coming from? I don't know. You have to go as bytes, I think, don't you? Result that must be used. Yeah, we'll just say and I hate this. I hate expect. I really hate this. See this expect thing, like it goes hint. If you're having trouble remembering how to phrase expect error message, remember to focus on the word should. End variable should be set. So it's like bytes should be written. But if anyone ever sees this error message and tries to read it, it's going to be rubbish. Right. So we go new. We're ignoring the fact that it's text to start with. We'll call it banana.txt. In this folder, and we're going to go OK. Right. So, what happened? You know, it apparently must have run all this code. But what happened? I don't really know what I was expecting to happen there at this point, to be honest. Because this document comes from documents, and documents is in the app state, right? And we've done an update on it. And this is a signal. Now, what is listening for this signal? Like, I was kind of expecting something else to happen. I don't really know what I was expecting to happen, to be honest. So if we go new, we get this tab and it says document, right? What I want to happen is this content area gets replaced by the file I just created. Now, what mechanism is there that should allow that to happen? Oh, hi, Commander Guy. I didn't see you there earlier. Yeah, it's going all right. It's going all right. Bit woolly sometimes, but you know. So we need to get this to update with something else. Now, the document container is supposed to create a view that is appropriate to the thing that you're just building. But this build view how does it know how to rerun this code now with text document here instead? That's the question. Because the active tab hasn't changed. I mean, oh, this is horrid. So we updated a list of documents. Can we go? Can we print out documents here? This is probably a bad idea. Document kind doesn't implement that, right? Yeah. Excuse me. My bad, I got a phone call coming in. Right, okay, we're back. Okay, let's carry on. So what we're trying to do is print out the list of documents that are in the app state to make sure that we did actually update it. That's what I'm trying to work out. Okay, so back to that. But I don't want to add debug to all of these different types of things, plus they're all signals and so on anyway. I just want to know what types are in there. So we're just going to print these out. We're just going to go formatter.write stir and then text document like this. Something like that, right? Oh wait, like that. Yeah, and then we do the other ones. We don't care about the details of the actual form. Right. So now when we click new and go whatever and pick the current directory and click OK. So now what do we see? We've got documents, which is a slot map. Right, but I see. So we've got a text document, right? Which is right, because it was a form before we futzed around with it, right? So it does appear that we are updating the document correctly by doing this. So this seems about right. But now how do we make... Let's do a commit here. We've got way too many things going on here. Build a view. Yeah, adding a new document form. Okay. Right. It's all fine to start with. So, and we're building files, and look, we've got new file content in our files, which is good. Right. So we know that that bit is working. Now, I thought we had some effects and so on that would have been updated when we changed one of the items in this slot map, because we're calling update on here, right? So anything that was looking at app_state.documents, any effect that was looking at that should be updated, right? So I was kind of expecting this document container to be updated, right? When a tab is wait, when a tab is made, is it when it's made? Yeah, when a tab is made, it goes displaying tab and it adds tab. when you switch tabs, something gets rendered over here, but the thing that gets rendered is going to be like this build view thing, right? Let's go println let's print out this. Oops. Like that. Just so we can see when that happens. Right, so we go new, build view, new document form is printed out, right? But then if we fill in this form and select a folder, we're not, because it's not updating, I'm not expecting that method to be called again. Right? And that's exactly what we see. So previously it was building a form using this new document form, right? But it needs to run this again so that it runs the build view for the text document. Right? But this tab stuff is all supposed to be dynamic. So, do we need to make one of these things also subscribe to these? Because we don't know when this view function is going to get called, because it's an implementation detail of this tab thing, right? When does this view function get called? So this has created an effect. Yeah. I mean, do we just call update on it? I mean, no, we can't because it's not public. Well, it's maybe. Like when would you need to do it? Yeah, it's not clear at all. This tab implementation is not clear at all. What if we just do random stuff without really knowing what? Right. Don't really care about it. But what's going to happen is that if we call get on here, this will have a subscription on it, and if this is used in effect, it might do something. So we don't know. Right, but it needs to be cloned, so we have to go with and we just do nothing. Right, and then if that doesn't work, we'll do it in this block. And this might be the wrong approach, but in lieu of documentation, this is what we're going to do. So that didn't make anything happen. If we go add home and this, it doesn't show the thing still. So that didn't do anything. That didn't do anything. Still doesn't display, it still doesn't make any difference. So that doesn't do anything, fine. So who knows? Who knows how we can get this to redraw itself? I mean, what are we supposed to do here? Let's put some printlns in this to see what happens. Because we don't know when these are getting called. We're going to go each key and view. Right. So we've got each fun key fun view fun. Each fun key fun view function. Right. And absolutely nothing happened with that. So none of the tab closures got called. Right, but that's a bit of a problem because we need to get this tab to be updated. So what are we supposed to do? How are you supposed to do this? Like, how do we get anything to do anything? I don't know. Can we go app state dot active tab dot get, or let's see what happens if we try and change this. So it called Active Fun. We don't know why. So we've got a new document form, a text document, a text document, which is right. Yeah, and if we go new, and we just press OK on this one, the last one should be a new document form, right? Yeah. Yeah, no, so that doesn't do anything. So fix me how to make the document container display the updated document. So I suppose here that's not actually really that bit, that's this bit. So. Right. So we don't know how to make it work. Fantastic. I think this is going to be one of those questions where we have to ask people and wait for a reply because it's not clear at all how you're supposed to do it. I'm app state is context, right? Documents is a signal in the context. So everything that's listening on that signal should be updating itself. The tab bar, the tabs rather, tab container itself is using this. It's using documents. So why isn't this being updated? Does this... Yeah, it listens because it's not with untracked. Yeah. Let's do a println here. Let's say building view. Well, we already know that this isn't being called because this isn't being called. So why isn't this effect being triggered? Why? Why isn't this effect being triggered when we replace the value like this? Update is calling run effects. So why doesn't this do anything? Right? Am I going mad? Like, this is an effect, right? When you call with, it creates a subscription. But it goes, what? Right, it creates a subscription and then it goes with untracked, which is fine. So, why? Why is this building view never called again? Why? Right, we go new. We pick a directory and we go OK. But it doesn't say building view. It doesn't print out this. Fix me. Why does this effect not get triggered when documents is updated? I don't know. I don't know. Great. Because we're not updating the tabs. That's the whole point. We're supposed to be updating the tabs view. I honestly don't know what you're supposed to do. Fine. Well, looks like that's as far as we're getting today. Okay. No. Oh, wrong directory. We're supposed to be in here, aren't we? Yeah, that's the one. Not origin. Hydro. Right. Okay, I'm gonna ask in the Freya chat. Not Freya chat. What are we using? Floem. That's the one. Is anybody online? Okay. So. Yeah, right, let's see if we can bring up let's see if we can bring up that. Oh, does help if we go on the right branch. Right, here we are. The effect at line 133 does not get executed when the... Let's have a look. When, yeah. What is this? Update method on line. 197, I think it is. Yeah, 197. Is finished. Execute. Right, well, another day, another failure. Ay. These UI frameworks are really wearing me out. They really are. It's so painful doing any of this UI stuff. It really is. It's just. I want to see, like, a desktop app that uses a retained mode UI, right? I'm not really fussed about what retained mode UI is used, but I want to see a desktop app that's using it, whether it's in, I don't know, C or Rust, or I don't really care. I just want to see how they go about sort of structuring all their application, all their data and so on, because it's with all these signals everywhere, it's just a mess. It's just a mess of like random snippets and callbacks and just stuff happening. So you've got no real idea about the order of which any of this stuff happens either. It's like, you create like two things and which one gets run first, and then if you rearrange a bit of code, then it's like, well, now which one gets run first? People say that these immediate mode GUIs are easy to reason about, but I'm not sure that's entirely true at all. Yeah. Just like, you have a look at this and you go, okay, so we've got app state documents and we're going to update something, right? So you assume that everything else that's doing similar things on app state documents is also going to get called. Any other effect that depends on it, right? So this update, let me look at this again. Where's the code gone? Here it is. This. It goes update value, and then it goes run effects, right? I kind of want to know what effects get run after this. Okay, so we go new. And we go okay. Then we're here. Right. So we step over that. And then we step into this. And this is where it's going to run some effects, right? What effects are going to get run now? That's what I want to know. It is a pending effect. Don't know. So it either adds effects or runs effects immediately. So we've got subscribers on this thing, self subscribers, there's no subscribers. Is that what I'm seeing? Size 0, not entirely sure. So So why are there no subscribers to this? Oh, there are some subscribers to it. Right, hold on. Right, so it goes run effect. What is this going to do? Oh, I pressed step over and not step into. Damn it. There was only one. It still wasn't clear what effect it ran. Does it really run actually run anything? I'm pressing the wrong button. Okay. Effect.run this. And this is where it runs the effect. And where is it now? Ay, ay, ay. And then we're back out already. It wasn't clear to me exactly what was running there. Like what was the effect that ran? Right, this is where it runs something, and then it's going here. Does it? Is it because? Honestly, don't know. What are the effects that get run? I mean, it just seems to run this bit with, but it's like, what? Just for shits and giggles, let's do this, just for fun. How about we go create effect. Let's go with. And let's just go println with documents effect. Because maybe the tabs don't create effects after all. So we've got this, and it goes panic. Of course it panics. Oh wait, let me just rerun that. The file already exists. That's okay. It's a different problem. No, wrong thing. New. So we've got this with documents effect here, right? So how about we do something stupid? Probably stupid, or maybe it's correct. I don't know. But in this tab bar, in this tab thing here, I don't know. Should we just slap this in here? Well, yeah, you see, because this wants to actually return something, so no, I don't think that's the idea. Because this is supposed to build a view, and create effects aren't allowed to return anything, so no, that is definitely not the right thing to do. We have to return the view from this. But what are you supposed to do here? What are you supposed to do? No. What are you supposed to do? So we know that when we update the documents, effects are triggered. Right? we know that this view function thing is called every time you create a new tab, but it doesn't get run if you're not creating a new tab, which is the situation we're in. So how do you force the tab thing to do something? Can we go dot on okay. You can go on event, you can call update. But the thing is, right, there's just no real examples of this. Like the inspector, does it do anything with a tab? Like it's just got, when you style things, it's got a tab. What does it do with this tab? It just sticks them in a list. It doesn't do anything else with it. And then I don't see how you can't get the tab element and you can't call the method on it because there's no way to get it. At least if there is, I don't know it. Like, because I've given this container to like some view, right? And now I don't have it anymore, so I can't do anything with it. There's this update method. When does this update method get called? On view. But I don't have a view to even call update on. Right, I mean, we could put a breakpoint here and run it and see when it gets hit. Right, so it's going to get hit when it first renders, which is sort of what we expect. It'll probably be hit now when we create a new tab, which is fine. But does anything happen when we do this? No. See, update's not even called on this tab thing. What are you supposed to do? I do not understand what you're supposed to do. I'm growing weary of this. Just really, really weary of this right now. What could we do? What can we do? I mean, it doesn't get called, and what? The whole point is not to be removing and adding tabs again, right? But to be replacing the document wait a second. What about let's try doing something stupid, right? Because this active tab. Let's do something stupid. Here we go. This is what we're going to try and do. We're going to try and update the active tab. No, but it doesn't do anything. We already know that that doesn't fix it. No, we already know that. We tried that earlier, didn't we? We tried that earlier. We know that doesn't fix it. Because when you switch to another tab, that changes the active tab, which is the same thing. And when you switch back again, it doesn't change it. So if we go new, and then go add home, for instance, and go home, that changes, that's calling active tab, and it's changing it. So when we go back here, we see the active tab function is changed. So changing the active tab isn't going to fix it, right? What can we do? You know, there's just no documentation on this tab thing, so how am I supposed to know how it's supposed to work? Do we think anyone else uses any of this stuff? No. You know, there's no tests either. If there was a suite of tests, we could at least look at some tests to see what the expected behavior of tabs is supposed to be, right? But there's no tests and there's no documentation. So we're left floundering around in the dark trying to pick through implementation details over 1,000 source code files. And that's, you know, no way to solve this problem. So active tab gets called, but then nothing else happens when you switch tabs. So I mean, do we expect this to be called? Right, but this effect isn't even called when I'm doing this. Right. What about this one? No. Right, if we switch tab, the first one gets called. Now, if we add a tab, the first one gets called. If we switch tab, the second one gets called. Right? If we switch tab, the first one gets called. So it's going id.update state. Add update message. Why would it be doing that? Tab state. So I suppose this bit gets called, right? And it's replacing the active tab. And then what's this request all do? Request changes. And then where's this ID thing even come from anyway? So we've got Because in view is implemented for tab, right? So, do we need to implement our own view for our thing that goes inside a tab? I don't know. I mean, up until this point, we've only been using views. We've not been creating our own views, but maybe we need to do something, I don't know. Why would we even need to do it? Why? Maybe we create a din container inside it. Let's try something stupid like this. But is it just a din view? No, the whole point of this is not to do that. What, I mean, what could we even do here? We can't even use din view in here because this view function doesn't even do anything. Let's just do it. Din view whatever. Let's just wrap it in a din view and see if we can even compile this. Do we just move things instead? Probably won't live long enough, or some other message. No, that. This is probably wrong. Or it won't make any difference at all, or both. That actually did work. I'm surprised at this. Okay, what about the state here now? So we've got this document, we've got this document. That actually worked. How and why did that work? Let's do a new one. Right. In the same place. Okay. Why did that fix it? Like, why do we need din view here? So fix me. Why do we need a din view here to make the tab, to make the content update when the app state document is changed? But so this is where we call new, and it goes building view. And then I added home twice. Let's look at the log a bit more closely. Right, so we go new. Right, so it goes with documents effects, building view, right? And we go add home. We don't get a document, which is fine. Let's go open, and open the file, building view, and then the thing. And then let's switch to the first one again. And it changes the active tab. Switch, select something. What is going on with this? And look, and now we've got this other problem where this thing isn't resizing properly. And also the click through is when you click on these things, it selects things behind you as well. I'm not clicking again and it's selecting it. I don't know whether the mouse clicks on the come through on the audio, but I'm clicking and dragging here, and then I'm letting go, and then I'm moving the mouse pointer left, and you see that it's got the text selection going on here. It does work, but I don't really know why it works, which is very disconcerting. Maybe the fact that we're using din view there is creating an effect. I don't know how it works. I don't know. Yeah. Who knows? Let's have a look at din view. What does it do? I mean, it's not many lines of code, so maybe we can work it out. It's a function which takes something that gives you a interview back. And it's got create update. So when the view function closure returns, it returns a view, right? And this thing wants something that gives you an R. When any signals compute subscribes to changes, right? So view function is the compute thing, right? So if this subscribes to anything, which will be this signal, when this changes, it redisplays stuff. I mean, maybe that's right. I don't know. I'm not really sure. Let's delete these temporary files. No. Let's delete them a different way. Where does it think they are? Oh, in the assets directory. Oh, yeah, okay. I mean, yes, we did pick that directory, didn't we? I mean, let's change this to say we need a din view here to make the content update when it, yeah. It's like it's still not 100% clear to me. Let's update this comment. This not can happen, happens when a new document form yeah. Yeah, something like that. Let's just amend that because we sort of understand it, not entirely sort of fully grokked, but less unclear than it was. Okay, so let's see if we can move on a bit. So we've got this new pressed thing going, and we've got to use this kind, right? Yeah. So I guess we go match and then form.kind.get maybe. And if it's text, we do this. And if it's an image, we do something else. I don't know, I need to know how to create a bitmap file first. It's not this. I don't know. Do we need... We need an image library that can create bitmaps. Do we want to create bitmaps? How about we just do SVGs? Right, because we've already got some code in here to deal with SVGs. I don't really want to add a dependency for that. Okay, but first let's see if it's difficult or not. Right, Rust. Well, create bitmap file. Is this used by anybody? 0.5? Alright, Rust. Alright, okay. Image.rs, let's have a look at that. Wait. Maybe we search. Oh dear, gone to the wrong thing. No, that's what I'm after. 110 versions? Well, it's used by a lot of people. But why is it only 0.25.2? All right. New. Okay, that's interesting. So you can create an image buffer, and then you can go image buffer save, and it's got PNG there. Format is deduced from the path. I suppose we can give this a whirl. Well, we can give this a try. Let's give this a try. Is there an example of how to create a bitmap file? Not opening. I wanna write something. Not really convert. Okay. Right. Let's see if we can make this work. So, image RS, is it? What's the name of this crate? It's just image. Strange coincidence with the naming of the version numbers of these things. Fine. Okay. So I suppose, you see, it's not going to know what type of file it is until... Yeah, I suppose let's go path.push, and then should we add .txt to it like this, and .bmp here, and then maybe go I am. Can we go image new? Okay, let's go. I don't really want to do this. Let's go let im equals image new. No. I just want to create one. I don't want to open one. I just want to create an image. Image buffer new. Sure. Let's try that. Let's give it 256 by 256. Sure. And then this other example had a im right to foot out, so you can create a foot out like this. And And let's see, image buffer dot what? Write to. Oh yeah. Write to file, I suppose. Image format BMP. And then why is it complaining about this? Oh, I see. Right. And let's take this out and put it down here. Oops. Oh, wait. New document. Let's do this. Wait, I want this though. And then we do the replacement in one place. But this is going to be an image document now with the path, right? Oh. All right, we've got a new method here. Do we have a new method on this one? Yeah. So why is it bitching at me? Not quite sure. What's wrong with this? Oh, no, this is right, so it's getting the kind, but we need to return something else instead. Okay, well let's match that somewhere else. Kind. Okay. Why is it think this is nothing? A unit type. Why? Ah, there we go. Because of that. Missing semicolon. Everything's fine. Let's call this new document kind, in fact. Okay, does this compile? Right, so we've got two image document things. I'm not sure why we need both of these. Let's ditch both of those and fix them. This is image document, right? Oh, supposed to be expect. Right, but it doesn't know what on earth this is. So I suppose we have to go back to the example and see. And this thing works out the types because of magic. But because we don't do anything with the image, it doesn't know what any of the types are. Probably. Maybe let's do something with it. What can we do here? Don't really want to enumerate over it. Can we go image buff.fill or something? But it's a vector. I don't really care what the P is. What I mean, P pixel. What implements pixel? RGBA? I don't know. Come on, people, make your APIs nice to use. What am I supposed to do here? Image buffer. Pixel, what? RGB. And RGB wants a type as well. Christ. I don't know. U32, comma, then what? Container? I don't care. P subpixel. What? Why do I need subpixels? No. How am I supposed to create a new image buffer? I want to create a new one. I don't care about opening ones. I just want to create a new image file with nothing in it. With image. Next. New. Don't care. Don't care. Deref pixel, like. So I see. Look. So let's play guess the types. So RGBA. I don't like playing guess the types. It's not fun. So we're going to go RGBA of U8 apparently, and then a vector of U8s. Right, and let's see if that compiles. Okay, so we've got an image buffer. Everything's fine. I mean, it doesn't need to be mutable yet, but we haven't set anything. But what happens, I guess, is it just a black image? Is it a transparent image? What's the default? Fine. Do we care? No. Okay. So, with this image document that we've just created, let's just run this and create an image document, right, and see what actually gets created on the file system. So we go new bitmap foo in the current directory. Okay. Now obviously we're not displaying the image yet, but did it actually create anything? Right, so we've got a foo. Right, which doesn't have a BMP extension, but probably is a bitmap. And it's 257K, which seems probably about right. And if we open it in Paint, we get a transparent image of the right size. So, you know, we created an image, fine. Okay, let's see if we can work out how to display said image. Right. So at the moment, we don't know how to show the image yet. Right. So we need to have some container here to show images. No idea how that might work. Sure. So we've got that. So we need to work out how to show an image. How do we show images? So when we were looking at this drop-down code, right? No, look, there's an image thing here. Let's see if we can run this widget gallery thing. And look at the image one. Look, there's some images. There's a PNG, JPEG. Right, so fine. So we can do some images. Let's see if we can work this out. So there's an image thing. But it just gives you a name of a file. Oh, right, but this is just the bytes from the file, so... So, okay. So there's apparently an image thing that you need. Right. And this is something which does what? What library does it use to do this, do we think? It uses the same library. Well, that's convenient. So if that is the case, then actually we can poke this to go workspace. True. Right. That's useful. So it goes load from memory. I don't want to load from memory. I've got a goddamn file. Okay, so load from memory. Want something that gives you a buffer of U8s. I don't know. It seems a bit pointless. Like, why can't I have an image file that gives me an image file? Let's go. Let's just see if there's something stupid. Don't know. So it gives you a dynamic image. Can we just go dot into? Can we pass it a reference? Let's just see. Oh, that's the widget gallery. No. So you can't create a vec from this. Sorry, dot unwrap, and this is dynamic image. Now you can give it the bytes back again, but I mean, can we? It seems a bit silly to have to convert it to bytes and then convert it back from bytes into it again. But whatever. Is this a case of doing a move? No, this is probably a case of because we've got a self thing again, right? Yeah, yep. So let's just go. Is path is one of these, right? We'll clone the path and use the path. We might still have the same problem here, but we might not. We don't. Good. Can we display images? That's the question. Okay. What happens? Well, there's not really a lot of image there, is there? Okay, we're going to go new and create a bitmap file. And it does the same kind of thing. Right. probably it's the wrong size or something like that. Let's look at the not that, not this, or that, or any of this. This. How does it get the size correctly? Let's have a look at this form item. %% width. Min height. Let's use min height and min width on these things just to see what happens. And let's just say 256 on both of these. Because I haven't really done any styling, so I don't know how to do the styling properly, but I know I want something to display. Still nothing. What are we doing wrong here? We've still got this resizing problem now as well. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. So it's two things. Yeah. Don't know. Why would it not be displaying it? Why? Let's I don't know, we've got this dark grey thing on. No, running the wrong program. So we've got content. We've got a V stack with an info panel, and the info panel is 20% width, which is this stuff over here. Then we've got this over here, content. And then it says the content is supposed to be dark grey. But is this dark grey? This one, we've got our info panel. And we've got our content, and the content is supposed to be dark grey as well. Is this really dark grey? And why is the info panel like this dark colour? And where is this dark colour coming from? And why have I got so many unanswered questions? I suppose we make it purple. I mean, it's purple. Let's also see if we can figure out this, where we needed this din view thing, because we've got this din view. Because when we added this, it broke the resizing. Right, that fixes the resizing. Okay, so let's commit that. Fix resizing after adding din view. Okay, but we're still not getting any images. Why? Is it because you need some feature or something like that? Let's have a look at the widget galleries cargo file. No, nothing specific to do with images there. Let's take this known working SVG image thing. Right. And just plop it on the home thing. Right. Just for fun. And we've got this SVG stir, which is this one. And we're just going to do a stack of these things. Oh, but this is SVG, we wanted images. Okay, fine. So I suppose we're going to need to do this instead. which is this. Right, but this isn't right anymore. So this is going to be dot dot slash widget gallery. Oops. Slash assets. Maybe. Couldn't read file. Probably needs another dot dot slash. No. Wait, what? Why is it? Oh, because I'm in another directory. Yeah, that's fine. Right. So that was interesting. So we can display an image, right? Let's try giving it the path of one directly. This is stupid. So what we're doing is something like this. And then we're going to do some stuff. Move one above the other. Asset slash, I don't know, what's it going to be? Asset slash image file 1.bnb. And I don't know what the current directory is when we run this. So we'll see what happens. And it might crash, but yeah, it did. But we don't care too much. It's probably just cannot find file. Yeah, that's fine. So we'll go examples slash tabbed document UI slash asset slash whatever, and we'll try that. Okay. So we've got no image here again. Is it something stupid to do with like the alpha blending of the image or something? Because my example image file is like this, right? But and it's sort of it's worked out the width and the height, but it's not got any content. Well, it seems to be specific just to bitmap files. It's a bit weird, isn't it? Okay, so just for fun, let's set the background color of this. And let's just make it color red. So it's got the min height there, and the min width there is probably because of the other ones. Yeah. Let's try creating a different file. Let's save it as a different format. Right, let's save it as a PNG. Maybe it's something specific to bitmap files. Who knows? Image file 2.png. Right. So now we've got a PNG file. So we'll change this to image file 2.png. It might be something specific to that. No. Okay, so what is the difference between this and that? Into bytes. Do we think it's this that's maybe it's this. And then we can open the image, then go into bytes on it, and then look at in a hex editor what the bytes are in the IDE versus what they are in the file. Right? Bytes. So we don't care about that. Off you go. Right, so okay, let's try that again. Okay, thank you very much. Right. Show me the bytes. Step into. It ignores it if it... that's interesting. So if there's a problem with it, it ignores it. Just okay, yeah. If there's an error, it ignores it. So it might be that there's an error when it loads it. Yeah, it's dying, you see. It goes guess format with a buffer. So we've got this buffer, and it's full of -1s. I mean, that might make sense. But it's supposed to start with .png, so a bunch of -1s doesn't make a lot of sense. Let's put a breakpoint there and just rerun this. I've got a buffer. And it's got nothing in it. No, why? Do we think that 2 bytes doesn't do what we expect? In 2 bytes. And then you've got as. What's the difference between as bytes, inner bytes, and into bytes? This image pixels, right? Oh, so this as bytes. Okay, maybe it's as bytes that we need. It might be that. Let's see. No. I mean, I'll just create a new vec from an array. Fine, you know. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. Duh. Okay, we'll try this. Maybe they both work now. No. Why is this so complicated? Why is this API so rubbish? Can we fix the API rather than doing this needless conversion? I've already got an image, right? I've already got one. It goes image dynamic, load from memory. I've already got one. I don't need to create a new one, right? Let's just go image 2. I don't care about the name of this. Image image from image. It seems dumb. What are we supposed to put here? Dynamic image. Do we just go why is there an OK on this dynamic image? Oh, right, we don't need the OK. We don't need We just go and RC new of this, perhaps. Why? We've already got a dynamic image. Oh, so this one's an option RC. Okay. Seems a bit. Because this whole conversion from to and from bytes is just, it's just no good. Like, this doesn't work. So we don't want this. We don't want this. I'm opening the image, thank you very much. Thus. Image from image. Yeah? Image open, unwrap. I'm doing it, not that. Yeah, plus... Yeah. Static maybe, I don't know. Probably. Path is moved. Yeah, okay, we'll just do... We'll clone it. Oh, God. Oh, we're cloning... Oh, no. Look, we'll just shadow it, it's fine. Maybe we'll put it in here. Can we do it? It's fine. We're just going to do that. Right. But we need to use this thing. And it's going to go in here. And we're going to hope it's going to work. And it's going to be green. Right. So it's the conversion of to and from bytes, or whatever kind of bytes that it wants. I don't know. But it's not giving you the bytes for the file like bytes I would have expected it to do. But, you know, whatever. Why does this look wrong as well? Like, because it's supposed to be like this and it's like stretched it. How many pixels were in this thing? That was the PNG file. It's 256 by 256. So why is it all stretched and funny looking? It's probably because this Ferris thing is wider than 256. That's my guess. Widget gallery, assets, Ferris. Yeah, 460. So if I got my tab document UI asset, and resized it to the same width, 460. It's that big. Yeah, looks about right. I mean, yeah. Like, it's not maintain the aspect ratio, but that's what's happening at least anyway. It's the same size, isn't it? Right. So we know why it's stretched. But why is it stretched at the same time? You know, I said min height. So I kind of want to make this work, but I don't know why it doesn't. What's this as byte supposed to actually be doing? A native endian byte slice, like. And let's just go bytes dot into here. I want to see what happens. Right, I've got these bytes here, but they're all like -1. We know the file exists because the way that we're opening it is the same, right? We've got a path, and we go image open unwrap, right? So we know the dynamic image that's created here and here are correct, but this as bytes is just giving us an array of -1s forever, right? Why? You know, it's problems like this that are just stupidly annoying when you're doing software development stuff. It's just like, why? Like, is it because? I mean, like, why doesn't call? Why do I need to write it? I mean, it's so stupid that if I'd need to write it into like some memory buffer and then pass that memory buffer back to the original API. I mean, the whole problem of needing this as bytes is rubbish anyway. No, I'm not doing it. I don't even care about the bytes. Right? I don't care about the bytes. What I care about is a sane API here. I don't care about a vector of U8. Why is it like this? This should be like I don't know. I mean, is it because they don't want to expose the library that's used to load and save images into the API of Floem? There do appear to be some renaming, resizing things here. See, image from image makes no sense. Like, if this was image from bytes, wait, hold on. Okay, we can probably use this directly. Fine, let's delete this. It's already in the API, I just didn't know this existed. Fine. So maybe we can not do this. Oh no, but it's only public in the crate. Why is it only public in the crate? Like, I mean, is new private? Yeah, no, you can't create any of these. Fine. I want to open this list in the search thing, but I can't. I don't know why this as bytes doesn't work. Like, why? Stupid. It's stupid. I don't like this API. I don't like the API. I don't know how many times I'm going to say it, but I don't like the API. We've got workspace dependencies. There's no specific like feature for this. Right. There's no specific I can't gate the method availability on image. This is a problem. Unless I created another sort of feature from this. Which gets added if you used any image dependency. Because it won't compile if you don't build it with all the default features. Right, this is the problem. But, wait, it will, because this isn't gated up here, so it's fine. Can we have this to be image, like, from bytes? And then, I don't know, another one that takes the path. You know, because that's kind of what you want to do. Like, I don't even care about that either, you know. It's like, from image. Right, and then maybe we do another one called image from path, and we just give it a path buff. And then we do this, I suppose. But he wants an RC. And then we don't unwrap it, we go OK and map it again like the other one. Probably image from path. Call it imported. Thank you. Come on. Let's go image Oh, yeah, okay. Look, I can load images. Everything's fine. I don't need to do any stupid conversion to bytes in either case. Right, arguably, do an image from path is more sort of okay-ish because of the signature here, whereas dynamic image is like a detail of the library that's used, but whatever. Fine. But I don't care about converting from bytes and then create an image from memory from the bytes when I don't even need to do that. No. This is what we're doing. We'll do a PR. So we've got image, which can have this. Improve image API. And I suppose to retain backwards compatibility, we can steal this. Right, and then we just go image from bytes, image, and we pass it over to it, right? And then we can revert this. Not quite sure why it's decided it wants to change that, but we'll roll that back too. Right, and now it doesn't suck. Right. Let's go. How do you do it? Deprecated. Let's do that. Let's do that as a separate commit. You know, fine. Okay, so we know we can load things and display them. So finally we can get back to the job of actually showing an image using a sane API. So we just go image from path, and we just go path, probably. And there's going to be well, wait, what? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Can I move out of path? Can we not just go self.path.clone here? Are we done with it? No, and then you get this, then you got this unnecessary cloning malarkey. Do we finally think that we can create a new image and display it? Oh. Ah. I'm not sure if that really works because it's empty anyway. Let's try the open thing because our image hasn't got any content on it yet. Yeah, we can create something. I mean, it's fine, you know. Can we open up this? But this was a transparent file, wasn't it? Yeah. So we've got no content on the file that we created. So I don't know. Let's have a look. But at least we can display images, you know. Just delete them, thank you. So somewhere we've got some code that creates images. Why? Oh, is it just like? Oh, I see. It's just that. Right, we don't need that. So somewhere we were creating an image in our new pressed button, our method, right? So we've got this image buffer. So let's see if we can just draw a cross on it, right? Or a square in the middle of it, or a border or something. Yeah. I don't know how we use this image buff API, but don't know how you're supposed to draw on these image buffers. Where's the examples? You don't get examples in the crate. Don't really care about that. I just want to draw. Is there a drawing API? So this has got some stuff to do with it. Yeah, you create a number and then I suppose you can get the pixel mute and then set the pixel somehow. Go on there, let's just do a silly loop and futz around with it. Okay. sure, you know. And then what were they doing here? They were going let pixel is image bath dot get pixel mut xy. And then what were they doing? They were setting it. Okay. What a weird API. Image RGB. Well, this one's RGBA though, but you know. I don't know. Let's make a green box. Okay. Actually, that's going to fill the whole thing, isn't it? That's silly. Okay. Since it's a 256 by 256, I suppose we can actually just use the X here. Yeah, okay. It's fine. So we'll get a stripy image or something probably. I don't really care what it does. Well, still not seeing my image. What do you think it wrote to the file? Kind of wasn't expecting that. I was kind of expecting something slightly more useful. So for every column and every row, it gets the pixel, mutates it, and then writes it to a file. But why? Why doesn't it do anything? Look. Do you have to put pixels in the image? Is that why the bytes was always giving us nothing? I mean, why does it say it's a redundant loop? I don't know how this API works, and honestly, I don't want to. It's not anywhere near what I was expecting it to do. I got 0.3 times x. Is it because everything is transparent, perhaps? Let's just do RGB. And then work out if it does something. Because I don't really care about transparency. And I'm very tired of running the application and getting all the way through the application just to test this stupid little bit of code. It's really annoying. So here we actually have like a thing. Okay. So this doesn't entirely suck. Right, so we're supposed to be displaying that. Fine. So we've actually got an image with some content in it now, which is what we wanted. So I don't care about the RGB-ness, all that kind of stuff. I don't care. I don't care. We just want to create an image, which we've done. But it didn't display it. Can we see if it opens that? Does it open that file? So the one we just created, it is happy to display. But if we create a new one called foo.bmp in this directory and go OK. Oh, it does display now. Okay. Let's just make sure it was doing what I expected it to do. Let's go bitmap and call it bar. That's not right. So let's open up. Where's bar gone? Wait. Oh. So we can open up foo and it's fine. Let's open up more than one image. And we can switch between them. But why didn't this first one work? Delete those. New. Bitmap. foobar.bmp. In here. And then it worked. Is it because it's just not got, it's got BMP on the end of the file name or something stupid and it can't work it out? Let's try it again. New foobar, no BMP at the end of it. In this directory, okay. Oh, I didn't pick the file type. New bitmap foobar without BMP on the end, and go okay. Yeah, it crashes. That's weird, isn't it? What kind of silly image library is this? The file already... okay, well, that was my bad. New bitmap foobar in the current directory. Okay. So it doesn't display if you don't put the file extension on the end of it, which is all manner of dumb, because we're saying it's a bitmap file. So why is this image library not intelligent enough to look at the header of a bitmap file and work out what to do? Because it's not like it's hidden from the world, is it? It's a BM6 header. Yeah? Like why? Why does it need a file extension? Why? I'm not at all impressed with this image library. No. Why can't it auto detect it? Its exact image type is determined at runtime, right? Do I care? Do I want to care? No. No. No, I don't care. I don't care. But I do care. I just want it to work at the same time, you know what I mean? Because now to fix this, I've got to make it, I've got to put .bmp on the end of it and make sure the file name has got BMP on the end of it. Oh, God. Jeez. Right. So this path so we have to go something stupid like if path God, we've got this. I mean, can we go has extension? No, that'd be nice. I don't really want to. And then what? NEBMP. I mean, then what? Add.bmp onto it, even if they specified some other thing. Just let's add BMP onto the end of it. Wait. Let's just do this. And we do the same for the text one as well. All right. And we're going to go new, and we're going to go bitmap, and we're going to go foo bar, and the file doesn't exist. And that completely failed. Unwrap on a none. Right, so I suppose if let some extension, oh god, it's a mess, this is, isn't it? Look at this. I suppose then we have to go match on the file extension, and if there's an extension, if extension is not BMP, then path.set extension to BMP. You see where we're going with this, don't you? Do we just want to call set extension on it anyway and override what was already there? What does set extension do to a path if there already is an extension on there? Ugh. What does it do? If there's already one there. But there's no extension on this one, so you've got no idea. What? What a weird API. Update self.extension. I mean, what is self.extension supposed to be? There's no example showing you what happens if you start with a path buffer that's got a dot in it already. I guess we have to find out the hard way. I mean, do we always just want to go path set extension? Let's just, I don't care at this point. I don't care. This is just example stuff, and I don't care. I might care in something else that's not an example, but for this, I don't care. Right. So I want to know what happens if you go foo.tux.txt. Do we end with foo.tux.txt or do we end with foo.tux.txt.txt? We've got foo.tux.txt. So if you've got an extension, it replaces it, which isn't what I wanted to do. I wanted to just go, if they've already typed something else that's not .bmp, just add .bmp on the end of it. But it doesn't do that. And then you have to, in one case you have to go append, in another case you have to go set extension. It's not a good API though, I don't like it. That's a Rust core thing as well, that is. Don't like that. I don't like that. Why would they do it like that? And why is there no like has extension? Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like they've got has root, but why not has extension? You've got add, oh there's another one, there's add extension. And again here the example's bad here as well. Because this, it doesn't show you what happens if there's a thing that contains the extension already. They just copied and pasted the thing. Or am I just misreading this and didn't notice that this example had this and one example is mixed up with the other one? That doesn't help, does it? That's what they've done, isn't it? They've mixed up. They've got set extension up here. And then they've got add extension, then set extension, and then add extension. And these two are the same. Oh, that's a mess, isn't it? That is quite a mess. So shall we always go add extension? No, because if they've typed it, then we do it. So we're in this stupid situation where we have to go match path dot extension, right? And if there's some extension, if the extension dot to ASCII lowercase, it doesn't equal bump, then we need to add an extension. No. Right. God, this is so stupid. And that extension's not even finished yet. Oh God. Just no. No. Might have to look up that Rust, the Rust API thing and find out what on earth is going on with that. Well, we've been going quite a long time today. I think we're nearly finished for today. Right. 5.5 hours today. Good Lord. That's quite a long time. Right. Okay, we have some kind of sanity going on. So, yeah. Use image version from workspace. Yeah. Let's say improve right. And then I suppose here we've got show images. Yeah. Fine. Righto. Where are we at now? Where are we at? So we can go new and we can pick a thing. And we can go banana. And we can pick a directory. And we can go OK. And it creates an image. And only if it's got .pnp on the end of it does it actually work out that it's a bitmap image file, which is important. But it does indeed display images. And we can open existing image files. Thus. And we can create new text documents. Thus. And we can open existing text documents. And we can have some state. That's maintained between them. There is a very annoying bug with this path being long and it's selecting things behind it, which is very, very wrong. Don't really know what to do about that right now. And we can switch between all the tabs. So we're getting there. There's some more requirements that are unfulfilled, but it is starting to sort of make some kind of sense, this thing. And we can add a home thing, and we can press close all. And then we can open the file that we just created a minute ago. And we should be able to open the other file that we just created a minute ago. Yes. So it does seem to work okay so far. I didn't like all the stuff we had to do with event handling. It seemed annoying because we've got this document and we've got this form, and then earlier we had to create our own sort of event signal, create our own sort of event handling mechanism, and then it's only a signal and it ever goes to one place, and there's no concept of a tree or anything like that. So quite how you're supposed to do proper event handling in this system, I don't really know. Maybe they don't want you to do it. But a child that doesn't own the state needs to tell something else that does own the state to change the state. Yeah, and then we had this horrible event processing signal stuff. Oh, it's a mess, this stuff is. It's a mess. Yeah, I don't know what I think about this right now. Yeah. I think probably what I need to do is have a look at the Laps code base to see how they do sort of like event handlinginess, and maybe see what they do. Maybe they don't have the same goals and thoughts as me on how they do all this stuff. I don't know. But I think I'll investigate having a look. Righto. Oh dear. Let's delete these things. I don't know why the delete doesn't work for multi-selection in that IDE. It's a bit annoying. Push. Well. Yeah. Okay. So there's still much more to do. So we've got a new tab. So I suppose today we set out to do that, and we did manage to achieve it. So that's good. And we were able to keep the order of the tabs as we wanted, meeting this requirement, which was the very important one. As in, you shouldn't delete a tab and then create a new tab when you press OK. It should change that tab into the type of document. So we were able to do that at least. Not without quite a lot of headache and hassle though. So for the image tab, we're going to need to make it so that we can click somewhere on it, and when we click on it, we record the last click position as our sort of state for the image tab. And then we're going to see what else we can do after that. We've got to open up the files that it previously had open and all this kind of stuff as well. So there's a few things left to do on this example, but it makes sort of like a more real-worldy example, this does. And without doing these things, we certainly wouldn't have learnt about like event passing and views and all this kind of stuff, right? And tabs and whether the state works and how it's supposed to work and so on. So, you know, this example is going well for trying to learn out whether it's possible or feasible or nice. So there is that. Okay, right, that's it for today. So, just remember folks, Sony software, how hard can it be? We'll find out on the next one. See ya.